I have never shared this story with anyone before, but the recent popularity in certain topics and that dumb Netflix series, along with my close ties with some of my now Navajo friends, is making me want to share this with you. I hope that you all get a glimpse of what actually goes on in the res from someone who actually went and experienced something. To cut to the chase, I got to participate in a Navajo ceremony not long ago. It was for a book that my colleagues and I were working on. In the end, it turned out to be one of the most meaningful events of my life, and I feel very blessed to have been able to experience it. However, there's just one problem. The people I work with aren't big believers in the sort of thing that I got to witness, and I don't really have friends outside of work. I don't have any family either. Basically, I have nobody to talk to about my experience, but maybe you'll be kind enough to listen while I ramble a bit. Or maybe you won't, and that's fine too. Either way, it's always useful to put pen to paper. So let me start from the beginning. Spring a couple of years ago, my colleagues and I were working on a short textbook for students containing interviews with Native Americans from different tribes. I was the natural pick for the Navajo reservation, since I recently completed a brief assignment there. On that assignment, I forged a relationship with a guy I'll call Bill. Bill's young, but quite close with most of the tribal leadership. He'll be an asset to me on this new project. So I reached out to him one morning. I wondered if he could get me in touch with some interesting tribal members. His response surprised me. "It's funny you call. Someone wants to meet you." "Well, that's a happy coincidence." I said, "Really? Who?" Bill said there's this medicine man. I'll call him Jordan. Jordan randomly approached Bill a few days ago, told Bill he was holding a special ceremony, and asked Bill to ask me to attend. For context, I've never even met this medicine man. In fact, I hardly even know Bill, other than as a contact. So naturally, I'm asking, why would you want me? Bill has no clue. He just told me to invite you. I asked when the ceremony is being held. "A couple of weeks from now." Shit. That's a lot sooner than I thought. At first, I thought I might not be able to make it. But keep in mind, I'm an academic. Publish or perish is the motto. Not only that, but Navajo medicine men are notoriously private. A first-hand look at a Navajo ceremony with a real medicine man. That's a good opportunity. It could be a real highlight of the book. Who knows? Maybe it'll open doors for me. I'm picturing lectures and paid speaking engagements. I'm thinking tenure. I'm exaggerating a bit, but you get the picture. I want to contribute something good. So I tell Bill, "All right, just tell me where I need to be." So Bill gives me some very complicated directions. I jot them down. A week later, I'm barreling through the Navajo Nation in my old Jeep. Following Bill's directions, I turn off the main highway. From there, it's a long drive through the middle of nowhere. It will be a couple of hours before I get anywhere near where the ceremony is being held. The Jeep bounces along, kicking up dust the whole way. All the while I'm trying to read these confusing directions based on geographical landmarks. I'm reading them as I'm driving. I'm also keeping my eyes peeled. I'm looking for a hog-on. These things can blend into the desert really easily. Pick related. I don't want to miss it accidentally. Before I know it, daylight is beginning to disappear. I'm getting worried. This is taking more than a couple of hours. I'm starting to think maybe I took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm secretly cursing Bill and his awful directions. The sun is beginning to set. I've just about resigned myself to a night of sleeping in my Jeep when I see it off in the distance to my left. It's a hogan for sure. I make a beeline towards it by the last light of day. My Jeep rolls to a stop as the sun sinks below the horizon. The desert goes dark. I breathe a sigh of relief. Later on, note that this is the first moment when I felt that something wasn't quite right. I'm relieved to find the hogan, of course, but in my stomach I feel butterflies, and not the good kind. So I do something weird. I sit there. I don't get out, I don't even move. After all of the rush of getting my bags packed, emailing my department about the trip, getting some of my responsibilities covered by other people, and hauling gas through the middle of nowhere, I'm actually debating going inside. Why am I hesitating? After a long while, the academic in me wins out. Snap out of it, kiddo. You've got work to do. I chalk up my hesitation to excitement jitters. I step out of the Jeep and it finally hits me. I'm about to bear witness to a special Navajo ceremony. I shouldn't be ecstatic. But instead, I find myself wondering the same thing I asked Bill when he first called me. Why was I invited here? I pause in the darkness, staring at the little mound of a building I'm about to enter. Before I do, the scene plays out in my mind. I enter the hogan and an open fire burns in the center. Around in a crowd of silent Navajo men sit in their rough, rustic clothing. The medicine man is in traditional Navajo garb. The flickering light casts shadows on their solemn faces. This is a serious event. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. By now, I know better than to expect these cliches. In fact, there's no open fire, no solemn silence. Instead, I find the men chatting cheerfully, wearing everyday clothes. A few have on cowboy hats. They're swapping stories and don't even acknowledge me when I come in. I sit down by the entrance. The women are mixing cornmeal and water. Then they grab palm-sized scoops out of the mix and roll them into balls in the center of the hogan, where I expected the open fire. There's instead a small oven with a big stone griddle on the stovetop. The women slap the cornmeal balls flat onto the hot stone. They sizzle. The aroma is amazing. I'm reminded I haven't had anything to eat in several hours. A woman offers me a bowl of steaming food and one, except it's, I think, deer meat in harmony. The grilled cornmeal cakes start coming off the griddle. A woman hands me one. I begin to stuff my face. As I eat, one of the men says something. It must be funny because the others erupt in laughter. One older man in particular lets out this big, booming, bellowing laugh. And just like that, I'm back with my grandparents. My grandpa was a big bear of a man. Enormous hands, big snow-white beard like Santa Claus. Grandma, on the other hand, was a small southern woman, very outdoorsy. She had a garden that I helped her tend. In the summer, it was packed with cucumbers and tomatoes, and these big, fat squash grandma would turn everything into soup. She baked cornbread, too, still one of my favorite foods. As the aroma filled the kitchen, Grandpa would steal me away. He'd take me out under the sycamore and tell me stories. In a way, my grandpa was an old-world guy who knew a lot of spooky folklore. Most of the stories he told me involved trolls and elves, and these little men he called the Titans. He used to tell this one story that I remember clearly. As a boy, Grandpa and his friends would spend hours in the woods back in his hometown, not in the U.S. One day they found something in a clearing in the trees. This particular area of the woods was not unfamiliar to them, but none of them had ever seen this clearing before. It was like someone just came in overnight and cut down a circle of trees in the middle of the forest. Only the clearing was totally flat and grassy, like nothing had ever grown there. And in the center stood these very large stones, taller than any of the boys. There were 6 stones total, oddly shaped and covered in moss. Grandpa and his friends went up to touch them. They noticed that the stones had big, ugly faces carved into them, misshapen noses, mouths, eyes, and ears. One of the boys said they're trolls. The idea spooked them, and they all took off running for home, scared but laughing. The next day, they teased each other about being frightened of the stones. They decided to go back, but they never could find the clearing again. They searched for months without luck. Eventually, they just gave up. Grandpa would end this story by teasing me. He points to the woods surrounding the house. "Those trolls are still out there somewhere," he'd say. Then he tells me that trolls always turn to stone in the light of the sun. But at night, the spell was lifted. The trolls would wake up in the moonlight, stretch their limbs, and shamble down the mountains. They moved silently through the towns, and if you ran into one, good luck. That troll had found its meal for the night. These stories spooked me pretty good when I was a kid. Grandpa knew this, so he'd always finish by reassuring me. In the middle of the day, the trolls are asleep. There's no need to worry. Besides, I'm here to protect you. I always felt safer when he was around. He told me tons of other stories like this, always from his life back home. Most of them involved magic. And being a curious little kid, I wanted to know if magic was actually real. So one time I asked him. Keep in mind, my grandpa had a funny way of putting things. I can't remember the exact words he used, but I do remember the essence of what he said. So I asked him once, "Is magic real?" He said, "Magic works backward. You have to believe in it before it becomes real." Obviously, that confused me, so instead I asked him if he believed in magic. Some people forget their dreams when they wake up. Then they say, "I don't dream." But they do. They just forgot. More confusion. I would pester him about it a lot. "Do you believe in magic, Grandpa? Yes or no?" People who don't believe in magic are like sleepers who don't dream. It was always something or other like that. Nowadays, I find those responses funny and kind of beautiful in a way. But at the time, I wasn't sure what the hell he was talking about. So the days would pass like this. Grandpa would tell me stories for hours. Then Grandma would come outside. She'd bring iced tea bowls of soup, a plate piled high with cornbread. We'd sit together under the sycamore and hold hands. Grandpa would say grace, then we'd eat right there on the ground. Grandma would pile extra pieces of cornbread onto my plate as I ate. She tells me all about how well the garden grew that year compared to other years. Grandpa would make jokes. His huge laugh would ring through the air. This is how I spent the best days of my childhood. They were my family. They were my home. My memories of those days are still vivid in my mind after all this time. But the year I turned 13, Grandma got sick. She was in the hospital for weeks before she passed. Grandpa took it hard. It almost seemed like her death drove him a little crazy. He started forgetting things. His stories became less exciting. They all had sad endings now. He rarely laughed. Not long afterwards, he died too. So I went to live with my dad. He's not important. The only thing you need to know about him is that he wasn't really around for much of my childhood. Even after I moved in with him, he was never home. The house was always empty. It was just me and the internet. I missed my grandparents badly. I missed the garden and the stories and the laughter. I didn't feel at home where I was. My dad wasn't much of a role model either. I won't go into that. So I made a decision. I didn't want to live there anymore. I didn't want to end up like my dad. I was going to leave that house. Somehow I would move away and never come back. So I put my head down and focused on school. I got a job at 15 too and began saving up my money. Eventually I graduated. My grades were stellar and I made it into university. My home life made me eligible for financial aid as well as tons of grants. It helped me get started on my road in academia. I used my savings to buy a Jeep that some old dude was selling on the cheap. The fall rolled around. I was shoving off to college. The house was empty as usual. Dad wasn't there to see me off. No surprise there. But still, it hit me kind of hard. I was losing my second home now. My first home, my real one, I lost when my grandparents died. Now I was turning my back on my dad and this empty house. The future was wide open, but I was scared. I hit the road. I didn't know where home was, but it wasn't here. Sorry, I'm writing this in between a few things. I guess I'm getting sidetracked. This is the first time I've really gotten a chance to think about this stuff, so my mind is all over the place. Let me get back to it. So somehow all of that led me to this place in the middle of the desert inside a hogon full of people I've never met, eating their food and about to witness a ceremony that many outsiders never get to see. There's laughter, there's lively conversation. I'm shoving cornmeal cakes into my mouth, my butt's planted on the dusty floor. To the middle of the desert inside a hogon full of people I've never met, eating their food and about to witness a ceremony that many outsiders never get to see. There's laughter. There's lively conversation. I'm shoving cornmeal cakes into my mouth. My butt's planted on the dusty floor. It's just like when I was a kid, but then something happens. Remember those butterflies I felt in my stomach when I first showed up? They're back, only now they're pissed. At first, I think, shit, I must be eating too fast. My stomach feels pinched. I slow my chewing, but it's too late. Before long, it feels like a dozen snakes are wrestling inside my guts. As I try to keep it together, I notice him. A slim man across the hogan from me. Without taking his eyes off me, he slips a chunk of wood into the belly of the oven. He's looking at me curiously. Then he lowers his gaze and stares into the fire. Bill never described him to me, but somehow I know this must be Jordan. He's surprisingly young, and he's wearing a beat-up ball cap, not what you'd expect from a medicine man at all. A woman takes my empty bowl of food. Jordan pulls out a small box and opens it. The hogan goes silent. Jordan pulls 2 small bundles from out of the box, one for protection, one for blessings. He later told me I'm going to skip most of the particulars of the ceremony, since they're not all that important to this story. Let me just cut to the chase. It turns out Jordan is here to help a man named Leonard. Leonard has been having terrible nightmares. They started just a couple of months ago, and these nightmares are always the same. Leonard finds himself in some isolated area. He comes upon a campfire. The flames burn black like charcoal. Leonard says the fire gives off an eerie glow. The sight of it always strikes fear into Leonard. He wakes up from these nightmares covered in sweat, heart racing. He says it's always the same. Leonard dreams of the black fire. He wakes up, and there's a strange smell in the room. Pungent, but not unpleasant. Leonard can't identify it. Sometimes he's up for an hour or so, unable to sleep. During these times, the smell doesn't go away. Eventually, Leonard passes out. When he wakes up in the morning, the pungent scent is gone. At this point, Leonard's mother chimes in. She says that her son began to change when the dream started. He's always been a quiet, serious young man, but he's become paranoid and violent. He's angry all the time. He's not the same person he used to be. It's like the dreams are changing him. She says that not long ago, she wanted to pay her son a visit. She walked as usual. As she approached, she could see from a distance that someone was outside of Leonard's home. This person seemed to be peering into the house through the front window. It was late at the time and somewhat dark out. Leonard's mother couldn't tell who this stranger was. She assumed it was a friend coming to check on her son. But then she got closer. There are tears in the old woman's eyes as she says it turned around and looked at me. There's a long pause. Then Leonard says, "I saw it too from inside the house." Neither one of them seems to want to say what it was, but everybody in the hogan seems to understand. It's like they know what's being discussed without anybody saying it. I look at Jordan for answers. He doesn't speak. He just stares into the fire that burns in the oven. After a tense silence, he does something unexpected. He begins to sing. It's very sudden, and I almost jumped in my seat. As he sings, he pulls out this small pouch. He reaches in with his fingers and sprinkles some powder over the flames in the oven. I know what it is instantly. It's cedar. The aroma is pleasant and soothing. But Leonard reacts strangely. His body tenses up. He seems dazed, with his jaw slack and his head tilting back. Almost looks like he's been knocked out cold. Only his lips are moving, which reminds me of my old roommate who used to mumble in his sleep. Jordan keeps singing. The song is beautiful. Soon, despite Leonard's weird trance, I'm pulled into Jordan's song. This next part is hard to describe. I'm not sure if maybe I went into a trance too. But as I was listening to Jordan singing, the sound of his voice seemed to quiet everything, even the sound of the fire. I began to feel the music in my ears, then my chest. Then it seemed to resonate throughout the wooden frame of the hogan itself. The only thing I can liken it to now is that feeling of being next to a speaker when it blasts music. It wasn't exactly like that, but similar. Jordan's singing seemed to be literally all around me. It seemed to be coming out of the walls. I could almost see it, like the hogan was pulsating. Like I said, it's hard to explain. It seemed to only last a few moments. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Jordan's voice grew quiet, and then he pulled out a pipe and began to stuff it with tobacco. He took a few big puffs, blew a huge cloud, and pulled out the smoke with his fingers, hanging himself all over with it. The pipe went around the room, and everyone followed Jordan's example as I waited for my turn. I watched Jordan. He had taken one last puff before passing the pipe. Then he blew that smoke all over Leonard. As he did this, Leonard seemed to come out of his trance. His eyes were wild, like he had just woken up from a terrible dream. The pipe came to me. I blew a cloud of smoke and patted myself all over with it like Jordan did. As I did this, I heard a knock at the small door of the hogan. The group went silent. Something was skittering around outside. I naturally thought this was an animal that had tried to get in, but there were more knocks, and they were coming from different sides of the hogan. Jordan put his hand on Leonard's head and prayed quietly. I began to feel strange. For the record, I did dabble in drugs while in college, but never to a significant degree. My classmates all smoked pot. A few others took shrooms pretty regularly. But I never wanted to mess with that stuff, because to be blunt, my dad was a fuck-up, and I was worried about becoming like him. That said, during a deep period of depression, I smoked pot twice, and I took shrooms once, never messed with alcohol. So I'm familiar with the sensations, both positive and negative. I'm familiar with the off feeling of a bad trip. And, to be honest, for a moment, I did wonder if Jordan just had us smoke a hallucinogen. But what I felt was not like that. It didn't feel like a high or a chemical sensation. It didn't feel precisely like a bad trip either, although I was beginning to feel scared. It was something else, something familiar, something I hadn't felt in a long time. At that point, the butterflies returned. They hit me like a Mack truck. My stomach was jumping all over the place. I once heard someone describe their food poisoning experience as their stomach feeling like a sack full of cats. That's what this felt like. I felt totally and violently ill. I tried to get a grip. I tried to tense up my stomach and get the sensation under control. But I could tell I was about to throw up. I was breaking out into a bad sweat. Nobody seemed to notice. Nobody except Jordan. I found myself staring into his eyes. After the ceremony, Jordan would explain it all to me. However, the ceremonial smudge is different. How usually people react well to the tobacco, and that's a good thing. But other times, it doesn't sit well with people, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It means the spirits are working on them in an uncomfortable but necessary way. The medicine man pays attention to these things. He watches carefully. Then he picks out the appropriate prayers based on what he sees. Jordan will also tell me that on most occasions, everyone in a ceremony reacts the same way to the tobacco. Either the smudge goes well and everyone feels peaceful, or else the smudge makes everyone feel ill. It's one or the other. What's unusual is for the smoke to single out one person. If it was going to be anybody, it should have been Leonard. The ceremony was for him, after all. And that's when Jordan began to suspect that he had been right to invite me. He'll explain all of this to me later in private, but in that moment, I'm clueless. All I'm thinking is, I'm going to shit my pants. That's not an exaggeration. I'm practically belly dancing in my seat at this point. The others are starting to notice, and the knocking at the hogan has started to match the feeling in my stomach. It's gotten violent. Then Jordan lets out a piercing wail, and it all goes away. The sound of his voice instantly settles my stomach. It's like it shoots through me, pierces my navel, pulls out the board of snakes wrestling in my stomach. I have no other words for it. It's like someone unclogged the drain. I let out a huge sigh. Sweat is dripping down my face, chest, and back. The others are looking at me now. They must be wondering what the hell Jordan was thinking by inviting this strange white man into their bed. Leonard is still in his own world, oblivious to me or the pounding on the walls. He's rocking back and forth. Jordan looks concerned. He passes something else around the room. It's a small bag or pouch. Each person pulls something out of it and then passes the pouch to the next person. When it comes to me, I reach in and find that it's full of arrowheads. For the first time, someone speaks to me. The woman to my left leans over and whispers, "Don't let it touch the ground." I notice she's eyeing me with concern. I must look like a mess. I pass the pouch to the next person, clutching my arrowhead. I won't let it touch the ground. Jordan is still singing. His voice still seems to resonate in the walls. But to be honest, I don't know if I'm just delirious, but there's definitely somebody or something outside. There are heavy footsteps moving around the hogan. Whatever it is, it's big. Jordan throws more cedar on the flames. Its aroma fills the space again. I inhale it. It feels good. I breathe it in through my mouth to taste it. Weird, I know, but it made sense at the time. As I'm swallowing the cedar in big mouthfuls, I feel my throat begin to feel funny, kind of prickly. Then it closes up. It's a feeling I knew very well. Jordan keeps adding cedar to the fire. There's an urgency to his movements. Now. He keeps glancing up as the knocking on the hogan moves from one side to the other. Another pouch goes quickly around the room. Everyone seems nervous. They're dipping their fingers into the pouch and streaking what looks like a white powder over their faces like war paint. Meanwhile, the tightness in my throat has given way to a rising lump. This is what the butterflies were warning me about. Jordan's voice is thundering at this point. Jordan holds up his arrowhead as the knocking on the walls grows louder. I can see that Leonard's eyes are open, but nobody's home. Jordan makes a gesture in the air with his arrowhead. Instantly, Leonard heaves an enormous sigh. He almost falls over like a deflated balloon. He wobbles for a bit. Then he looks around the room at us. His eyes are back to normal now, but he looks pretty beaten up. Meanwhile, the lump in my throat is about to burst. There's a sudden pounding on the hogan door. For the first time, I hear Jordan's voice falter. He glances over at me. I'm sitting in front of the entrance. The door is right behind me. I hear something that sounds like scraping or scratching. The wind outside is howling now. Maybe it's the strength of the wind drowning it out, but Jordan's voice sounds weak. Then something happens that sends the ceremony into disarray. There's another heavy pounding at the door. The wind picks up. There's a pop, and just like that, the door is thrown open by the wind. It slams open and shut in the blast. At that moment, the lump in my throat breaks, and tears flood my eyes. The women begin to scream. The men are shouting. The gust circles through the hogan. The fire starts to struggle. Jordan's voice is nearly imperceptible now, but his eyes are fixed on me. He raises his voice and continues to sing. And the whole time, I'm just crying. It's like years of sadness are pouring out of me. I'm crying like a baby, thinking about my dad, about the empty house with nobody in it but me. I think about my grandparents and how they left me when they died. They died too. They were my home. In the midst of the chaos, I'm somewhere else entirely. The wind is tearing through the hogan. All of these different thoughts are raging inside of me. And then, just like that, everything is calm. The wind seems to literally sink into the ground. It's just gone. I feel someone lay a hand on my shoulder. It's a large, heavy hand. I don't dare turn around. I'm afraid of what I'll see. I keep looking at Jordan, whose song is now ringing through the air again. It fills the space and resonates in the walls. I can feel it all around me. The tears are still running down my face, but I don't feel sad anymore. I feel something that I haven't felt in a long time. I feel like I'm with my grandpa again. It comes from out of nowhere, but it feels completely real. I know he's gone, but I have this distinct feeling that he's right there, that it's his hand on my shoulder. All the anger I've felt about him dying and leaving me behind, it all goes away, and all I can think is I'm sorry. I feel bad for blaming. I want him to know that. Jordan is still singing, but I hear a collective gasp from the others. This pulls me out of my daydream, and I blink. I look around. Everyone is looking in my direction. They're looking over my shoulder. There's a long moment where I'm just watching them with their mouths open. Then they all bow their heads. Everyone except Jordan, who keeps his eyes fixed on something behind me. The hogan is resonating with his song again. I feel the electricity in the air. The song is beautiful. and it feels warm in my ears. The feeling I mentioned, the one I haven't felt in a long time. It's a sense of connection. I feel connected with everyone there, even though I don't know them. I feel connected to my grandfather. I can feel his presence. He's in the room with me. I know it. I keep my eyes on Jordan, but I lift my hand up and reach back. I touch the hand resting on my shoulder. The hand is solid. It's real and it's warm. Jordan throws a fistful of cedar into the fire, and I feel the hand grow warmer. Outside, it begins to rain. The flames of the fire are raging again. Jordan's eyes are staring into mine. He's singing with a broad smile on his face. The hogan feels like it's breathing all around me. For the first time that night, I speak out loud. I tell my grandpa that I love him. Jordan's song is filling my ears again, and in the song, I can hear a voice that sounds like Grandpa's voice. By the time Jordan finishes his song, my grandfather's hand is growing colder. Then it fades, and the hogan is quiet for the first time since I arrived. The ceremony comes to an end sometime in the early morning hours. By the time everyone leaves, the sun is rising. Despite the hell of a night I just had, I don't lose sight of my duties. I still need an interview for the book. Jordan is actually wide awake, so I interview him just outside the hogan. It's during this interview that he talks about the smudge and explains the purpose of the arrowheads in the face paint. But the question that was really burning in my mind was the one that had been there since I talked with Bill. Why was I invited? A white man and a total stranger. So Jordan told me when Leonard's mother approached him about holding a special ceremony for her son, Jordan agreed to prepare for the ceremony. He did what he always did. He prayed for guidance, and that night, he had a dream. In the dream, a creature was prowling around the hogan. Jordan sat inside, and a white man he'd never met confronted the creature. When Jordan woke up, he wondered what this dream meant. So he prayed. Long story short, Jordan learned that the creature was the evil spirit afflicting Leonard and that it wasn't native. It had been brought over by Europeans, for some reason that he didn't make clear. Jordan knew he needed to call upon European spirits to help him manage this thing, whatever it was. Without it, the ceremony would fail. From his prayers, Jordan understood that Bill was somehow connected to the white man from his dream. He also knew that I would be calling Bill, so he told Bill to invite me. When I showed up, Jordan thought that he had made a mistake. I wasn't the white man from his dream, but it was too late to do anything about it. He carried out the ceremony as planned. When the evil spirit forced its way into the hogan, that violent wind that blew the door open, Jordan believed it would kill him. But then he saw that something was protecting me, though he couldn't see what it was at first. But he knew it was a spirit of some sort. Jordan then interrupted himself and asked if I knew what these ceremonies were called. I told him I wasn't sure. He said, "We call these ceremonies sings because the singing is crucial." He told me that songs are like food for the spirits. The same way that a good meal can comfort you or make you happy, the right song can give certain helpful spirits strength. Jordan felt the evil enter the hogan, trying to put out the fire. If the fire had gone out, it would have all been over. But Jordan focused on me and on my protector, and he sang a song to give it strength. It was at that point that he knew for sure that I was the person he had meant to invite, because as he sang, the spirit behind me took the shape of a man. It was the man from Jordan's dream. It was my grandpa. As soon as he appeared, the evil spirit fled. I asked Jordan why this was, and he shrugged. That was for the Great Spirit to know. But in his experience, only good spirits that have intimate knowledge of bad spirits can chase them away. Maybe your grandfather encountered the spirit while he was alive? Jordan suggested. Then Jordan pointed out something else. The Great Spirit had used him to heal not just one person that night, but first Leonard, then me. He told me that he noticed I had reacted badly to the smudge. That only happened because there was a deep wound inside of me that had never healed. My grandpa's spirit was there. When I smudged myself, I had allowed my grandpa to begin healing the wound. Later, after the evil spirit had fled, Jordan had stepped in and finished what my grandpa started. He closed the wounds. I will forever be grateful to Jordan for that. There's more to this story, but I think I've said everything I needed to say. I lost my family and my home when I was a child. In a way, I lost myself after that. I grew bitter. I stopped dreaming, and I lost my faith. I wanted to leave this as a message for those who might need to hear it. I may not come here very often anymore, but this place was a home to me once. In a period of my life when I had no home. I'll always be grateful for that. I want to extend my love and gratitude to you for being here and for letting me share my story. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her two brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they didn't have electricity. It had been dark outside for about an hour, and my aunt and my uncles were getting ready for bed. Outside, they heard noises, as if someone was moving things around outside. My oldest uncle went to look out the front window and saw a figure by the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary because the closest neighbor was miles away. Whatever it was, it opened the truck door and began to dig through the personal items that my family had left in the vehicle. My aunt and uncles were frightened by the sight and knew that they should take action. They took out the rifle and all steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door and aimed the gun at the dark figure. The figure turned and started to walk towards them, totally unfazed by the weapon. My uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The figure drew closer, and my aunt began to smell something like a rotting corpse. It was so strong it made her gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger with no luck, and the figure came closer and closer. Off in the distance, headlights were coming up the road. My grandparents were returning. The figure looked toward the lights and started to move away and tucked itself behind a tree near the house. My oldest uncle ran toward the truck with the gun. My grandfather got out of the car, and my uncle pointed to the tree. The thing was poking out its head to observe what they were doing. My grandfather ran into the house and over to the stove and grabbed a handful of ashes and rubbed them over the gun and placed an ash-covered bullet into the chamber. He walked out onto the porch and fired toward the tree. Whatever that thing was didn't expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed, and the dark figure began running. My grandma chased my aunt inside, and my uncles and my grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure, the truck was bouncing, and the headlights weren't fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that whenever the headlights would hit the figure, he saw a woman. Not only that, whoever it was running on all fours like a bear. My grandfather eventually stopped the truck, and as they neared the ditch that drops about 20 feet, he got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and that he knew it was her, and to leave his family alone. A few days passed, and there was news that the woman that my grandfather was yelling about had passed. I've always been told that if you know who the Skinwalker is, say their name and it will kill them. My cousin lived in the eastern agency of the Navajo Nation in a community known as Crown Point. She was still living with her parents at this time and was a good girl. She had good grades, a nice ride, and was a very popular girl that played on the basketball team. When she told us this story, it was very out of the ordinary, and the events that followed would also deepen my beliefs in the traditional Navajo way and of the taboos associated with the Navajo culture. My cousin was coming home from basketball practice, which ran past sunset. It was during the colder months, and so it was dark by the time she pulled into her neighborhood. she pulled into the small housing community that she lived in. It was far from a fenced community, but there were streetlights and the neighbors weren't too far from one another. As she neared her home, she saw a group of dogs. This wasn't unlikely, as there are random packs of stray dogs that roam rural communities. These dogs don't belong to anyone, and they get food where they can get it. As she got closer, she noticed that something was off about the dogs. There were 4 dogs, and they were sitting in a circle all facing each other. This really didn't faze her until she spoke about the event later. Because this was a housing community, my cousin couldn't barrel down the road, so she slowly drove past the group of dogs and kept going on her way. As she continued to drive, she noticed in her peripheral vision that something was running alongside of her car. She turned her head to see that a brown dog from the group was trotting alongside of her car. She didn't mind much until she hit a strategically placed speed bump. The impact of the bump made her entire car wobble. She looked over at the dog again, still casually keeping pace with the car. She tried to ignore the dog and tried speeding up, keeping in mind where the speed bumps were placed. The dog continued to keep pace. My cousin had to eventually stop at a stop sign. She began to feel immensely uncomfortable and tried to keep her eyes forward, but curiosity got the best of her. She looked over at the dog. It was facing forward. She continued to stare, and that is when the dog turned its head. Instead of the face of a dog, there was the flat face of a man covered in hair and smiling from ear to ear. Fear shot through her body, and my cousin pushed the pedal to the floor, not daring to look back in her rearview mirror. She reached her house and barely pulled herself in the door, weak from fear. My aunt came to her, and my cousin began to sob. She told my aunt everything, and they scheduled a meeting with a medicine man the next day. That night, my cousin was trying to get some rest. She was tossing and turning and felt very ill. She could hear people outside laughing and talking in Navajo, but she didn't think too much of it because they lived in a community near plenty of neighbors. At the medicine man, he told my cousin that she was very fortunate. The Skinwalker wasn't meant for her. She just happened to spot it while it was out to bring another person misfortune. He also told her that the laughing and talking that she had heard in the night was the Skinwalker talking to his friends, letting them know that someone had seen him and that he had scared her. The medicine man told my cousin that if the Skinwalker had been for her and she had seen him like that, it could have very well killed her. After that encounter, my cousin suffered from many ailments and had to stop playing basketball for a while. She had many ceremonies and eventually got back on her feet. My mom told us this story on the many nights that our electricity went out. When I asked my cousin about it, she confirms it's true, but doesn't like talking about it much. Out on the Navajo reservation, we don't have the city come and collect our trash. So, we burn our trash in these huge burning barrels. Not very eco-friendly, I know, but that's what we've got. If you don't light the trash properly, the fire will go out, and the trash will just sit in the barrel. This is important because we are told to dispose of personal hygiene items correctly. If you removed all your hair from your brush, make sure the trash burned. If it was that time of the month, make sure the trash burned. If you changed the baby's diaper, make sure the trash burned. They tell us these things because skinwalkers have been known to dig through the trash in order to find things that they can use against us. They use the things that we were briefly connected to and bring misfortune onto us using these things. Some of my family members take part in the sport of rodeo. So, to practice, they have a roping dummy and take turns roping it. My 2 male cousins were enjoying themselves outside and taking turns swinging the rope at the fake calf. The elders are always adamant that we shouldn't stay out past sundown, especially out on the res, where it's pitch black and no one for miles around. But my cousins aren't the superstitious type, and they were under the street light. My cousins are joking and laughing, having a great time. That changes when my eldest cousin looks over to the burn barrel. A dark figure is bent over and rummaging through the garbage that failed to burn. My cousins devise a plan that they are going to grab weapons, sticks, and rocks, and go and chase whatever it is. They move strategically so that they are able to flank the figure. They run full speed at it and begin yelling and swinging their sticks and throwing their rocks. My cousin stated that they kept up with it for the most part. That was until the figure ran under the streetlight. What my cousins thought was a person was actually a goat. Why would they think it was a person? Because the goat was running on its hind legs. They stopped running and fear ran down their backs as the figure ran off into the dark. Feeling nervous and not entirely accepting what they just saw, they began roping the dummy again. There was an awkward silence among the boys now. They just saw something unnatural, but talking about it now would just make it seem real. Were they crazy? Did they really see a skinwalker? The boys roped the dummy in silence until one of them looked over to the tree. There was a head peeking out at them. If they didn't pay attention to it, whatever it was would poke its head out from behind the tree and stare. When they would look in the direction of the tree, it would quickly move back out of sight. This was the final straw, and my cousins ran back into the house. They told their parents, and my uncle came out to look. It was still there, poking its head out and going back behind the tree. My uncle loaded his gun and started walking toward the tree. He aimed and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The gun jammed. Whatever it was began to run, but it was so fast. Like a blur, as my cousin describes. When it left, my uncle came in and gave the boys a thorough lecture about staying out late. The next day, my cousins told my uncle that whatever it was had been digging through the trash barrel. They went to investigate, and the creature had pulled a lot of things out of the barrel. What was odd was the tracks. Goat prints were all around the area. They followed a set of tracks, and there they found a baby diaper several feet away from the barrel. Whatever they saw that night had very malevolent intentions. My cousins say that although the sight was ungodly, they know what they saw and stand by their claims. The Navajo Reservation is the largest reservation in the U.S., spanning into New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. This story takes place in the northeast region of Arizona, near Indian Wells. It was shared by people from around that area. If you are heading west on State Highway 15 towards Dilkin, you come to a stretch of road that descends into a small valley. I remember traveling down this road in my youth. If you looked at the horizon, it would seem as if the road kept going. Then suddenly, your car would be pulled down by gravity as you followed the road. It always gave me butterflies when we would go down the slope. When I heard the story about this road, it made my stomach feel different. A man was driving home one night, and it was very late. It was a drive that he had done before, so he wasn't too bothered by it. When you are driving on the reservation, sometimes there isn't any way to keep cattle from getting on the road. No fences mean that you need to be extra aware. I was always told to look for the black horse. If you see a black horse, then you'll be able to see anything else that may wander into the path of your vehicle. So this man is driving home, not paying too much attention. He drives down the slope, but when he gets to the bottom of the valley, he sees it, but doesn't have enough time to react. Suddenly, a horse comes out of the darkness. He slams on his brakes, but he is unable to stop and hits the horse with his truck. The impact was not enough to deploy the airbags, but the man was tossed around quite a bit by the incident. He turns on his emergency lights and gets out of the car to assess the damage. The front of the car was crumpled, and one of the headlights was destroyed. He cursed out loud. This was the worst place to have an accident, and he didn't have a signal to phone for help. He then remembered the horse. The man went into the cab of his truck and got a small keychain flashlight. He started shining it around, looking for the wounded animal. He heard noises, but they didn't sound like a horse. He was positive that what he hit was a horse. As he approached the sounds, he could see the animal's fur moving from its ragged breathing. As he got closer, he began to realize what it was. There was a naked elderly woman, wrapped in a large pelt. She was moaning from pain. The man stopped dead in his tracks and got weak from fear. He stumbled back to his truck, and although it suffered plenty of damage, he was able to get it started and drove off. Once he was able to get a signal, he called the authorities. An ambulance drove out there and recovered the woman. She was taken to a local healthcare facility. Due to the fact that many of the healthcare staff were Navajo, no one wanted to touch the woman. The woman was known in the community, and she was thought to be bedridden. This was shocking because she was so far from home, and the state she was in was immensely off-putting. She still had on her attire when she arrived at the hospital. The nurses called her family to come in. When her family got there, they removed her pelt and her jewelry. The staff were very frightened, but there were some non-Navajo staff that still provided her with care. The elderly woman had only bumps and scrapes. Other than that, she seemed just fine. She was able to get up and walk around that same evening. She went home with her family that night, but after a couple of days, she had passed. In the Navajo culture, if you find out who a Skinwalker is, you have the power to destroy them. After the community around Indian Wells found out who, or more fittingly, what this woman was, it was certain that her time was at an end. A little background first. I was serving a 15-year sentence in a penitentiary in southern Arizona. What I was in there for isn't important. During my stay there were countless things that happened that no one could explain, and even more that no one wanted to know more about. It all started with a prison legend. Supposedly, years ago, something awful and unexplainable happened in the prison. Every morning, we'd be woken up and expected to stand near the front of our cells while guards visually confirmed we were present and accounted for. Apparently, about a year before I got sent there, the most brutal and unexplainable thing happened during one of these routines. A man who had a cell to himself looked very off during this check. When a guard pulled over another guard to help him check it out, they found it wasn't actually the prisoner they were expecting at all. It was a totally different man. This man was wearing the skin of the other man over him, loosely fitting, draped over him, apparently looked like a real monster. The scariest things were, though, that the guy wearing the skin was not an inmate. They had no idea how he even got into prison, let alone a cell. What's worse is that they couldn't even figure out who the hell he was. He wasn't documented anywhere. And what's worse than that, they never even found the body of the man of the skin he was wearing. Pretty grisly stuff, I know. And I realize that's not the go-to definition of a skinwalker, but that's what the prison called him. The Skinwalker. Didn't help that the guy never talked, apparently. Anyway, that's what started the whole Skinwalker superstition around the yard. Apparently, the guy got shipped to a different spot about a month after it happened, and just about everyone in Gen Pop felt all the better for it. I heard about the story on the second day of my stay. Hell of a story to hear to place in your home for the foreseeable future. Now on to the real shit, though. Sure, that guy was the Skinwalker, but all he did in the long run was get an old lifer Navajo inmate to tell everyone about actual Skinwalkers. It seemed like a lot of the prison culture actually revolved around them. Now, apparently, Skinwalkers are tricky to point out on the spot, but if you manage to survive around one for more than a minute or two, almost everyone can tell the mannerisms are all off. They can mimic human speech but not replicate it. They twitch manically. They have an unnatural gait while walking, but apparently they got better with experience. The old Navajo guy, his name was Carl, said that he was sure there was an actual one among the prisoners, slowly picking us off over the years. He called it the Grandmaster Skinwalker at one point. Apparently, he thought it had human mannerisms down so well that you might not even be able to tell if it was your cellmate for a day or two. It had to be good, he posited one night. He would expect a Skinwalker to jump at any opportunity for a kill. But this one realized it had a revolving door of people to kill coming to it, and masterfully bided its time, as Carl thought, for years. A lot of guys found humor in it. A lot more were really on edge about it. Every once in a while in prison, people snap. Sometimes you'll find your cellmate swinging in front of your bunk, strung up around the neck by his pant leg. Sometimes you just can't take it anymore. But in our yard, people tended to snap in a very special way. It wouldn't be an outburst at dinner or a silent suicide in the night. Guys would just stop talking, hunch over and shuffle around. Any friendships they had would be mostly out the window. They would turn into a loner during rec time. They would let their hair hang in front, if their face. No one liked to talk about it. Like if they did, it would happen to them next. I felt the same way. I didn't know if it was a skinwalker or just people going crazy, but I didn't want to find out. It wasn't clockwork or anything, but every time someone snapped in this way, it wasn't more than a couple of weeks before they were shipped off or transferred to God knows where without anyone else knowing beforehand. Then there was the nighttime occurrences. Short, loud bursts of sound echoed through my cell block during all hours of the night on a regular basis. It sounded like a mix between a pig's dying squeals and nails on a chalkboard. Just another thing no one liked to talk about. Even scarier were the shadows and footsteps. The block was dimly illuminated at night by a few lights hanging from the ceiling outside the cells. I myself saw shadows flit across my walls on a regular occasion when there were definitely no guards near my cell. One time, near the end of my sentence, I woke up, looked at my back wall, and found a perfect silhouette of a person standing there. But when I looked, my bunkmate was asleep, and no one was outside my cell. And the footsteps. Everyone hated the fucking footsteps. They were the scariest part. In the night sometimes, more rarely than the shadows, you would hear ungodly fast footsteps. They sounded like wet feet slapping on the tile floor. Whatever caused them would fly from one end of the block to the other in a dead sprint. Whatever it was inhumanely fast. If you happened to be awake before it started, by the time you heard the footsteps on one side of your cell and whipped your head around to see the thing run by, it sounded like it was 3 cells past you. Everyone hated the footsteps. I agreed. I thought they were the worst. I was released from that place about a month ago, and I have more stories than I can count. I swear it was nearly my turn. About a week before I was discharged, my cellmate and a good friend of mine snapped in the same kind of way. I didn't sleep for an entire week. Well, I did sleep, of course, but never for more than a few minutes at a time. Never turned my back on the guy. The scariest thing? I woke up one night to him somehow snaking his body through the bars of our cell. For reference, I couldn't get anything past my shoulder through them. The worst part, though, he was coming back into our cell. On the day of my release, I didn't say a word to him, just left. He seemed fine with it, so was I. I had made it through. 15 years of prison fights, gang disputes, and for all I know, skinwalker abductions. I left through the front gates, a free man. As I walked along the fence for the rec yard, I spotted my cellmate standing off on his own, like he had for the last week or so. I shook my head, not even really sure if it was him anymore. I took one last look over the yard, this time from the other side of the fence. I wish I hadn't. There, standing off on his own, on the other side of the yard, was Carl, slouched over, eyeing the other inmates, and twitching manically. When I was younger, my grandfather would tell me horrible stories about the cabin he lived in and the woods around it. He would tell me stories of the Indian tribes who lived in the forest, cursed by God for worshiping false deities, being turned into the trees themselves. If you looked closely while not looking at all, my sadistic grandpa would say, you can still see the trees move and dance as the natives did. And if you listened carefully while not listening at all, you could even hear them chanting their worship for their false gods. I, of course, assumed he was just crazy and was trying to scare me from wandering off in the woods and to motivate me to go to church. But still, since I was 8 freaking years old and all, I would sometimes see a branch twitch in the wind, or hear the faint howl of a distant animal, and would worry it was one of the Indians my grandpa was so crazy over. But of course, the stories didn't end there. Not only was this cabin the original home to a clan of witches, but also home to a necromancer, a cannibal, at least 2 serial killers, and a family of Satanists. To make the whole illusion complete, my grandpa made up a story of how he won the cabin in a game of Russian roulette against one of the previous owners. All of these stories never truly scared me. They spooked me when I thought about one of them too much, but I was never actually fearful of the stories being true. Well, except for just one story my grandfather told me. Supposedly, before the cabin was built, the natives used the area for human sacrifices, offering up human flesh and blood not only for their gods, but for creatures they believed inhabited the woods. These creatures, my grandfather would say, were known by many names in all kinds of folklore. Wendigos, the Jersey Devil, demons, White Walkers, the Goat Man. But my grandpa would always call them marcheurs de peau. It's French for skinwalker. These beings of divine or mystical power were known to feed off anything from human flesh and blood to a human soul or even fear itself. The marcheurs de peau would stalk their prey throughout the woods they inhabited if the sacrifice given was not enough to feed their hunger. They always attacked groups of people, never a single person. That's the reason why my grandfather said he lived alone. The skinwalkers would play with their food, often turning their form to look human to trick and torment anyone they sought to feed off before finally killing them. My grandfather said once they finished feeding off of anyone unlucky enough, they would peel the skin from bone and wear it like a suit, often visiting the families of the deceased to further torment mankind. The reason this story scared me so much was because I truly believed I saw one. When I was 8, I was playing in the backyard of the cabin, my grandfather sitting on the back porch, smoking his pipe and humming some old tune. He told me he was going to go inside and fetch some more tobacco, and warned me not to go too close to the woods. I nodded and kept doing whatever I was doing at the time. After a few minutes, I felt the air around me turn cold, and the atmosphere seemed to get heavier, and I began to smell something like pennies. As the scent and the cold grew stronger, I realized it smelled exactly like blood. I felt a chill run up my spine, and I nearly gagged on the metallic taste that lingered in my mouth. I was about to stand and move back inside the cabin when I heard a soft, shrill laugh faintly beyond the tree line. I realized it sounded just like my own laugh. By now, I was already scared. So scared I could hardly move at all. The smell of copper grew so strong I thought I might pass out. But then, just out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I swallowed hard and slowly turned to see a little boy standing just in front of the forest. I was almost relieved, until I saw his eyes. They were pure white with no pupil and no iris, just pure white. I felt my knees buckle under me and my lip began to quiver when it smiled at me. It had no teeth, just a set of black, rotting gums that I could smell from several yards away. It lurked forward, doubling over, seeming to hack and gag and laugh all at the same time. Then it bent backward, placing its hands on the ground and looked at me from between its legs. I swear I could hear bones break and crack as it began to crawl backward into the forest, making that gagging, laughing sound. That's when I passed out and wet my pants. I woke up a few minutes later from my grandfather gently shaking me up. The smell had magically disappeared, and there was no evidence of the creature I had seen just a few minutes ago. I told my grandfather what I had seen, and he grew so pale, he almost looked like the little boy's eyes. He drove me back to my house, not saying a word the whole way. I told my parents what happened, and I was assured I must have just fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing. So eventually, that's what I convinced myself had happened. It still haunted my dreams, but I was convinced it was my imagination and my grandfather's old stories just getting to me. But then we moved into my grandfather's cabin. Since we had lost all of our belongings in the fire, we had nothing to unpack. Even though I had convinced myself that I dreamed what I saw all those years ago, I was still worried about living there for an extended period of time. My parents let me watch some movies we rented while they went about cleaning the cabin that had been vacant since my grandfather died when I was 10. Eventually, I dozed off. I woke up on the couch, a bit surprised I had fallen asleep for so long. As I groggily rubbed the sleep from my eyes, I became aware of the tapping that was coming from the front door, almost as if someone was knocking with their fingertips. Even though I had no real idea of what it was, I got up to check on it. Then I smelled it again. That heavy, thick, bloody smell that had lingered in the back of my mind for 4 years. It got so cold so fast I could see my breath. I felt my heart thumping in my chest and that same shiver run up my spine. I was so scared in that moment, I thought I was going to break down and start crying. Then the tapping stopped. Then the smell grew worse. Beyond the front door, I heard something gag and cough and laugh at the same time. My knees buckled and my lip quivered just like they did the first time. I became vaguely aware that I was slowly backing away from the door when I tripped and fell back onto the couch. Then I passed out again. Again, like the first time, I woke up from a hand gently shaking me away. I woke up and realized it was my dad, looking down at me. It looked like he was out of breath, but I was so relieved he was there and that the tapping on the door was all a dream that I didn't notice. I smiled up at him, and he tried to do the same, but only managed to get one side of his lips curl up. I was about to ask what was wrong when he scooped me up in his arms and told me in a hoarse voice that he was carrying me to my bed. His arms were so cold they felt like metal, but I didn't care, and I was already falling asleep again. He brought me to my room and laid me down in bed. My eyes were already closed, and my mind was about to drift off. He leaned down, and I felt his cold breath on my ear. As my mind shut down and he pulled away, and just before I fell back into sweet sleep, I heard my dad begin to cough. I woke up once more that night. I grew scared when I remembered the tapping on the door, but soon felt better when I remembered that it must have been a dream, and was thankful my dad woke me up to carry me to my room. I sat up in bed, still just a bit spooked. I looked around my room, realizing that this was the first time I'd actually seen it since I had fallen asleep on the couch, before I had a chance to check out my new room. It was almost pitch black, so I could hardly see anything. I gazed over to the wall and saw a mirror. It was hard to see, but I could make out my face and my upper body. I smiled at myself and saw my reflection smile back at me. Satisfied, I went back to sleep. In the morning, my dad again gently shook me awake. He said good morning and asked what I wanted for breakfast. I told him what I wanted and then thanked him for carrying me to bed the night before. He looked at me, confused, and told me that he didn't. But I wasn't listening anymore. Because when I looked at the wall just as I had looked at it last night, I realized there wasn't a mirror in my room, only a window. For a few months, I've had a feral cat that comes to my back porch looking for food. I first saw him in October around 6 p.m. when the sun was just setting, and I had walked to the back door to take a smoke outside. I could see him through the double window that looks out onto the swamp beyond. He was sitting patiently as if he had been waiting for me, his black, greasy fur reflecting the colors of the sun. When he saw me approaching, he stepped closer to the window and stood on his hind legs to paw wildly at the window. I chuckled and walked back to my fridge, pulling out some leftover chicken breast from the night before. Sighing, I grabbed an old plastic dish from the cabinet and tore the chicken apart into bite-sized pieces. Returning to the back door, I opened it only enough for me to squeeze out so that he wouldn't bolt into the house. I knew I would regret letting him slip inside only to possibly infest my home with blood-sucking fleas and to tear up my already deteriorating furniture. I placed the dish down, and he pranced towards it, scarfing it down like it was his first meal in weeks. I looked at him closer, through his long, dingy fur, and could see how thin he was. His legs looked literally like skin and bone, and his cheeks looked sunken in, causing his eyes to protrude out grossly. It was then that I noticed his tar-colored eyes that had no glint to them, no shine from the setting sun. It reminded me of those nice matte monitors that don't reflect pesky sunlight glare coming from your window. I felt uneasy, worried now that he may attack me. He looked at me once and blinked slowly before racing down the porch stairs and disappearing into the wooded swamp. I started to wake up every morning only to see the dead corpse of some poor animal when I would take my routine first smoke of the day. It started with little animals, birds, mice, and other small rodents. I always figured it was just the way that cat thanked me for feeding him when he came, which was only a couple of times a week. Even though I saw him minimally, there was always a dead animal on the porch step every morning. I thought it was silly that some mangy old cat brought me presents every morning. After about a month, the corpses began to get bigger. I was seeing more large rats and the occasional opossum. I started to think it was strange that this cat seemed to catch his dinner just fine, but still came to me for scraps. I always brushed it off though, seeing as it wasn't doing me any harm and I had no roommates who may have been disturbed by it. On a particularly cold and foggy morning, I walked lazily to the back deck to have my cigarette. I stepped out and instinctively looked down to look for my present. There was nothing there. I could feel my heart flutter as I worried that something may have happened to my little buddy. That feeling quickly dissipated, and I felt my stomach drop as I looked over the railing to see my lawn littered with corpses. I placed a hand over my mouth to catch my gasp. The sight was disgusting and a less than pleasant encounter when all I wanted was to enjoy a smoke. After that occurrence, the dead animals started to appear once again on the back deck. Part of me felt relieved that my kitty was okay, while the other part of me felt like something was terribly off. Sometime in January, I woke up in the middle of the night, groggy as hell, but with a strong craving to have a smoke. I walked down the hall and paused at the window overlooking the backyard, and saw a pale figure that reflected the moonlight. I paused, and my eyes widened. Suddenly, I was no longer groggy, and the urge to smoke disappeared. The figure looked up at me, and I froze, my breathing halting. I could see its sunken-in eyes staring at me, and its spine protruding from its leathery, pale skin that had patches of fur peppered about. It looked strangely human, hunched over while standing on two legs. I felt panicked and could feel my body growing hot as my heartbeat quickened. After staring at me a little longer, it turned around to crawl over the fence and walked away on its hind legs. I went back to bed, completely terrified. I woke up the next morning and rubbed my eyes, releasing a big yawn. I thought to myself, what a crazy dream I had had. I got up from bed and walked downstairs to make myself a pot of French press coffee. I grabbed my pack of smokes and my mug and walked out the back door. I walked to the rail with my mug and crossed my arms and leaned over. I instantly dropped my mug and could hear it shatter on the concrete below. Time felt like it had slowed as I looked around to see corpses lacerated and splayed across my yard. The black feral cat was placed strategically in the middle of all the dead bodies. No mercy was spared to any of those animals. I felt my stomach heave and I threw up what was left of my dinner from last night. I felt a chill run down my spine as I remembered what I had seen the night before, and I no longer believed it was a dream. I quickly walked back to the door and locked it shut behind me. It felt surreal, and I couldn't imagine that this was happening to me. But to my dismay, it was. I couldn't be bothered to clean the corpses. I was too fearful to walk out that door. I stayed inside the house for the rest of the day on my computer, looking for solutions to my problem. Of course, I found nothing but nonsense about beings called rakes, wendigos, and skinwalkers. I strongly felt that this was some person playing a massive prank on me, and I desperately wanted to believe that was the case. I fell asleep at the table in front of the back door. Being the light sleeper that I am, I woke up to a gentle but loud knock at the door, followed by a few more. I instantly sprang up and swiveled around. I pulled the blinds away from the door just enough to peer out of the window. Nothing. I walked to the window beside the door and shrieked at what I saw before me. The creature I had seen just the night before had pressed its hands and face against the window and was breathing heavily with a wicked smile plastered against its face. I ran to the counter and snatched my keys, running out the front door to dash to my car. As I got in and began backing out, I saw the creature come around the side of the house, only to stop when it saw me backing away. It stood up on its hind legs and gave me a slow wave, showing off its nasty pointed teeth in its disgusting smile. I retreated to my sister's home, which was 30 minutes away, and busted through the front door with no explanation. She came running down the stairs, with her boyfriend following close behind her. She flicked the lights on, and could see how disturbed I looked. Taking me to the guest room downstairs, she told me I was welcome to stay as long as I needed, after refusing to tell her what was wrong. I felt crazy after what I'd seen, part of me still believing it wasn't real, and another afraid she would think I was crazy. A few days passed, and I was beginning to feel more at ease. My sister was making breakfast by the time I'd woken up, and I nodded to her and her boyfriend as I sat down at the table. Suddenly, there was a ring at the doorbell. I obliged to go see who was there, seeing as my sister was busy and her boyfriend was enjoying a little small talk with her. I opened the door and was surprised to see no one there. A putrid smell struck my nostrils abruptly. I looked down to see the half-rotten body of my feral cat. I was the first to notice an extra person had joined our group. I counted 6 of us sitting around the campfire, but I knew we had left home with 5. The 6th person had joined us somewhere along the way, but where and when exactly, I could not be sure. All the glowing faces looked familiar, like I had known them all for a lifetime. That was why it took so long to find the man out of place. I had to go through the faces one by one. I went through my history with them, recounting how I met them, how I knew them. I fit each one into my memories like puzzle pieces. First, there was Mark. He was sitting next to Sarah, chatting her up as always. I met Mark and Sarah 6 years ago in the 10th grade. Mark and I played wide receiver together on the school football team. Sarah was a cheerleader, and Mark always had a thing for her. The 3 of us started hanging out after games, Mark flirting nonstop, and Sarah always hilariously rebuking him after a while. Then there was Ben. We had been best friends since the 1st grade, inseparable ever since we bumped heads playing tag during recess. He had his arm around his longtime girlfriend, Justine. She started at our school when she moved from Chicago in the 7th grade. Ben sat next to her in English, and soon she became a part of our group at the time. She was quiet and shy when she first arrived, but once we got to know her, she opened up. She was one of the coolest and nicest people you could ever get to meet. She had also become close with Sarah in the past few years. And then there was the 6th face, the piece that did not fit. I stared at him, and his name escaped me. That is, if I ever had it in my memory banks in the first place. He looked familiar, but I could not place him in my memories. But why, if I recognized him, could I not remember his name? Why did he sit among us, acting as if he belonged? He stared at Mark and Sarah as they chatted. He laughed when they laughed, smiled when they smiled. I couldn't figure it out. The question burned in my head. How had he, a stranger, joined our little group without any of us noticing something amiss? Yo, Porter. Ben pulled me from my thoughts. Your head up in the clouds or something? I was just telling Justine about our 5th grade teacher. What was his name again? Mr. Smith, I said. Oh yeah, Mr. Smith. I was telling Justine how you could rile that guy up like nobody else. Remember that time you handed in an assignment printed in yellow ink? Ben and Justine laughed. Yeah, I remember, I said. I can still see the steam coming out of his ears. They laughed again, and I joined in half-heartedly. When I glanced the strange man's way, he was watching us, grinning. He was always watching, always on the periphery, never partaking. Part of the reason he had flown under the radar. I was struck with the sense that he was studying us. My skin crawled. Ben drained his beer and threw the empty can in the cooler. Well, I gotta take a leak, he said, and walked into the woods, swallowed up by the dark. You really know how to push people's buttons when you want to, huh? Justine said. I shrugged. I was having trouble focusing on the conversation. The weight of the situation, the reality of it, was starting to hit me. A strange man had attached himself to our group unnoticed, and who the fuck knew what his motivations were? Questions raced through my mind, none I could answer. How had no one else noticed yet? Why had it taken me so long to notice? Was I going insane? Did I have amnesia and forget this one friend of ours? What in the hell was going on here? The strange man stood with jerkiness. "I gotta take a leak," he said. It was the first time I heard him talk. He spoke with an odd lisp. It sounded as if he had to force the words from his throat. He walked with an awkward gait and, like Ben, disappeared behind the dark veil of the trees. No one else flinched. Justine kept talking. "I always loved the long relationship you and Ben have. It was so hard moving cities and leaving all my old friends behind. I mean, I can't complain too much. I wouldn't have met Ben and all you guys otherwise." "Justine, don't you see what's going on here?" "Huh? You're telling me you haven't noticed?" "Notice what, Porter? What are you talking about? Who was that guy?" I gestured to the vacated spot the strange man left behind. "Oh, him. He's, She trailed off. She frowned into the fire. I could see her mind ticking over, and her eyes twinged with concern. I knew I wasn't going crazy. "I don't know," she said. "Who is it?" "That's what I'm trying to figure out." We stared at each other. "Maybe—" Justine was cut off. An ear-piercing screech came from the woods. It sounded like a shrill, injured cat, a large cat. The sound split the air and cut our conversations short. A blanket of silence fell over the four of us. Only the crackling campfire persisted. The woods were still and quiet. "The fuck was that?" Mark broke the silence. "I don't know," Sarah said. "I've never quite heard an animal like that before." "Sounded like some fucked up mountain lion," Justine said. "You ever heard anything like that before, Porter?" I shook my head. My fingers tingled with adrenaline. Ben was still in the woods, and the strange man was out there with him. Dread filled my gut. "There's no mountain lions out here," Mark said. "It's probably an elk. They can make some creepy sounds." Sarah agreed. Justine bit her lip and scanned the woods. "It's probably okay. I think Mark's right," I said to her. But I wasn't sure I believed it. Mark and Sarah had started up their conversation again when the strange man bumbled out of the woods. They paid him no mind. I was hoping something would have triggered in them by now, but they were oblivious. The strange man took a beer from the cooler. He fumbled with it, struggling with the tab. It was as if had never opened a can before. When he finally had it open, he sat, beer in hand, and continued to watch Mark and Sarah, a thin smile on his face. He never did take a sip. I watched him from across the campfire, his head wavering behind the heat. I touched on what made me uneasy about this strange man, aside from the fact he had managed to infiltrate our group without any of us noticing for a long time. He moved with jerkiness and awkwardness, like a newborn animal. Nothing he did was smooth or well-practiced. It made everything he did look like an act, an imitation. I didn't make the connection at the time, but I should have seen this man was not quite human. But at the moment I wasn't sure what to think. I guess I just thought he was a freak. I considered calling him out, then and there. I wanted to ask him just what the fuck he was doing. But I'll admit I was scared. I had visions of this guy being some horrific serial killer, and I didn't know how dangerous he was, or if he was armed. I didn't want to push him into doing something drastic that got us all killed. As time went by without any sign of Ben, I became convinced the strange man had done something to him. I watched him plotting, planning, and marking his next target. Anger sprouted from my fear, and I started to see red. I needed to stop him. We used an axe to chop firewood for our campfire, and it was leaning against my seat. This man was dangerous. I was sure of it. I convinced myself I needed to do something before another one of us was next. I clutched at the axe's handle. The smooth wood felt reassuring in my hand. Justine touched my arm. "Porter, where's Ben? I'm getting nervous." "It's okay," I lied, patting her hand. "I'm sure everything is okay." I stood with axe in hand. "I'm going to get some more firewood," I announced more awkwardly than I hoped. Okay, dude," Mark said. "Porter?" Justine's voice wavered. Speaking up was a mistake. I had drawn the attention of the strange man. I walked past him, trying to act as nonchalant as possible, but I was never a good actor. He watched me the whole way. He maintained his glare as I reached the perimeter of the woods, and as he looked back, his head rotated around an unnatural distance. That was enough to chill my spine. I was hoping he would turn around, to look away and give me an opening, but he never did. I'm not exactly sure what happened next. I never saw him stand up and walk over to me. I never even saw him move a single muscle, but in an instant he was standing in front of me, inches away from my face. It was as if he teleported. A metallic smell stung my nose. The strange man stunk of blood and copper. The axe trembled in my hand. Any thought of actually using it fled my mind. I locked into place, my skin covered in goosebumps. Power radiated off him. He spoke to me. "Get some firewood," he said in his forced tone, and he smiled wide. At that moment, Ben emerged from the woods. "Ben!" Justine cried. "Jesus," Ben said as Justine squeezed him. "Did you guys hear that cat thing?" "We think it was an elk," Mark said. "Where were you? Why did you take so long?" Justine asked. "I guess I wandered too far off and I lost sight of the campfire. Took me a bit to find my way back. For a second I thought I was going to have to freeze my ass off out there alone tonight." The relief washed over my body like a wave, crashing into my muscles. I felt each one relax. At least Ben was safe. I looked for the strange man, but he was gone. He somehow slinked away while I was distracted. He was good at going undetected when he wanted to. My thoughts turned to getting out of there. Even though Ben was unharmed, that guy was still trouble. I started back towards the group and caught the middle of their conversation. "I don't know, actually." "Yeah, who was that guy?" Ben said. "I thought he was with you guys," Sarah said. "Yeah, isn't he your friend?" Mark added. "I thought he drove over with you three." "No," Ben said. "I don't know who he is." The panic spread over everyone's faces. They were finally feeling what I was feeling. The realization had set in. "We need to get out of here," I said, "before he comes back." "Yes, please," Justine said. "We have to leave now. That guy was a freak. Right, Porter?" "Yeah," I said. I explained to them how I noticed he was the odd man out when we were sitting around the fire. I explained the odd behavior, and they all agreed the guy was strange and possibly dangerous. None of us could pinpoint exactly when he had joined the group. He had slipped in unnoticed and unaccounted for. It was uncanny. We packed our tents in record time. We trekked the 15 minutes to our cars through dark woods, flashlights in hand. We heard the screech of the elk again, if it was an elk, which I have my doubts about now, and we took some comfort from the fact it sounded farther away. Even so, we picked up our pace for the final stretch of the walk. I felt like I could finally relax behind the wheel and lock doors of my SUV. Justine and Ben sat in the back, while Mark and Sarah followed behind in Mark's beaten-up Ford Laser. We were heading out of the woodland and were planning to shack up in a motel for the night before heading home in the morning. I thought we were free and clear. We wound our way around the dark roads that snaked through woods. I let a smile open up my face when we finally reached the exit road. It was an arrow-straight stretch of asphalt that split through the last few miles of woodland. I pressed on the accelerator. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there, and I think Mark was feeling the same way because he sat close on my rear bumper. I remember thinking, at least we'll have a strange tale to tell after all this. I didn't think it was about to turn into a horror story. The trees and the dashed lines on the road blurred past us. My headlights reached out for the seemingly endless road, and my speedometer needled its way towards 100 mi. I don't know what possessed me to go that fast, and I wish Mark didn't follow my lead. It was a mistake. The strange man appeared from behind a tree. He walked into the middle of my lane. I slammed the brakes. It was too late. The next sequence of events happened so fast it plays like a slideshow in my mind. The tires screeched, and there was a smell of burning rubber. The strange man folded over my bonnet and got sent flying down the road. He skated across the pavement on his back, moving with such speed it looked as if he was gliding on ice. More tire screeching. Mark flew past in the opposite lane, fishtailing. He fought it, and for a moment I thought he had it saved. But the car hooked right into the trees. The sickening sound of crunching metal reverberated in the air. Mark's car slammed into a tree, driver's side first, sending fragments of glass and metal flying. The car bounded off one tree and into another. The front passenger side impacted this time. The front light exploded, and the passenger side cavity caved in, sending a wheel bounding into the woods. The crumpled heap of a car came to a rest. Justine was the first out the door, crying out Sarah's name. Ben went after her, and I followed after him. Everything felt surreal as shock coursed through my body. It was as if I was watching through a screen. I floated over the asphalt as Justine and Ben sprinted towards the steaming wreckage. The crash scene dimly lit by my SUV's one remaining headlight. There are two screams I'll never forget. They imprinted themselves on my brain, and I'll hear their echoes at night forever. If I happen to get Alzheimer's later in life, I know the last thing to go will be these screams. The first one I heard when I was 13. It came from my mother. It flooded the house, splashing off the walls. I ran out of my room to see her crumpled at the front door, with two police officers standing by. They had notified her that her eldest son, my brother, had died. The second came from Justine when she saw what was waiting for us in that Ford Laser. Mark was unrecognizable. He was a shattered mess of bone, skin, and blood, melded and intertwined with the crumpled steel. Sarah was blinking slowly, her breathing labored. Her one arm shattered, broken in too many places to count. Her legs crushed at knees from the front of the car, which crumpled back into her leg space. Her legs would have been flat if I could see them. Justine turned away and fell to her knees, face buried in her hands, shoulders heaving. Ben tried to comfort her, but he had to turn away and throw up off the side of the road. I pulled out my phone and struggled to dial 911. With my fingers shaking, I kept pressing the wrong numbers. My voice was small and distant as I explained what happened to the operator. She told me to stay on the line, but as I looked down the road, I dropped my phone. The strange man was standing there. His grin reached from ear to ear, showing a grandstand of teeth. His shoulders shrugged up and down as if he was laughing. In fact, the fucker was laughing. If I were not in shock, I would have gone after him right then and there. I would have torn his heart, if he has one, right from its chest. But all I could do was stare, mouth agape, struggling to keep the tears behind my eyes. The strange man started for the woods. I watched him go, and I watched him change. I saw it. I know I did. This was no illusion, no trick of the mind. This was real. I saw him shapeshift. I saw its true form. We were not dealing with something human that night. After countless hours of research, I believe I saw what others have called the Goat Man. Its horns stuck out unevenly from its head. Its grinning snout bared rows of sharp teeth, and walking upright like a man with an awkward gait, it vanished into the shrouded woods. It has been 8 months since that night. I've only seen my friends a handful of times since then. Our relationships have shattered and are left in ruin. All we are now to each other is a stark reminder of that night. Mark is dead. Sarah survived, but as a triple amputee. Justine and Ben broke up, and here I am, rugged with a scraggly beard and uncut hair, after spending every sleepless night researching the monstrosity I saw that night. The Goat Man. I'm going back to those woods, so help me God, I'm going back. I'm coming for the Goat Man, and I'm not stopping until one of us is dead.